I do apologize if the stream is a little late. I don't know if you can hear that. Microphone did pick that up. You heard that? I did fix my microphone. How does it sound? I don't know why the computer resets it. It was at 47, which was below average, and I have it set for 70. I changed it back to 70 so it's loud enough that you guys can hear me. I don't go any higher because I don't want the microphone to start peaking. But I really don't understand why it keeps changing the settings on me. Now, can I still be heard at this level? Okay, that is perfect. I think what's happening is every time the computer updates, the computer thinks it has to update our settings, which I'm going to have to figure out if we can't get a hold of Windows support, see if there is a way to fix that so it does not happen again. Alright, this is going to actually be the last stream for Phoenix. This will be the very last stream for Trials and Tribulations. We are on the very last two parts of this. I will not do the last part separate from this case. It shouldn't take that long. But, anybody remember what happened in the last part? This is the stream that's going to end the game, yes. And I probably won't do it for another couple of years when they announce that Miles Edgeworth is going to be on the Switch. Okay, the information you just presented to me is a little off. Dahlia can't channel anybody because she's dead. We don't know who's channeling Dahlia. Dahlia is pretending to be Iris. Yes, Dahlia is dead, okay, as far as we know, because they had processed her execution not too long ago, about a month ago since this case started. Yeah, but somebody is channeling Dahlia. We don't know who yet. And we also don't know where Iris is. So that's the problem. We also figured out how the body got over on the other side of the bridge. They literally tied the body, tied the suspension cable on the body, swung the body underneath the bridge onto the other side. That's where Iris took the body over. So everything that Iris has said earlier was correct. She had never crossed that bridge after 10 o'clock. She was never over on that side. Okay? When she met Phoenix Wright, she stayed on that side. She's never been on that side. So, who was on the other side? That was Dahlia. which means at the time, we're going to assume that Misty Faye, at least Doctonym, was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne over on that side. We're going to assume that, okay? Because she was doing that to protect her daughter. We're going to assume that, okay? That's the reason why that's done. So that's how Dahlia was over there. Who's channeling Dahlia now is where we're trying to figure out at the moment. Okay? February 10th, 1:06 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 7. No then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge? So, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But, when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The plan. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay first had to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. Watch yourself, trite. You've got a problem? Solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? Okay. This keeps getting better and better and better. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's going to be less on your part for this one, Di. Every statement's got to be pressed. Every single statement has to be pressed. So, less on your part. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss this plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year. He was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, there was extra training to me with her. Sweet. So it's listening to this book. Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Terrain? Cold-fisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. Honor she lost when her younger sister Missy took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. The plan, huh? talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes. So at first, she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister Iris? That's correct. Unfortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was an infant, so I convinced my father to leave her at a temple. You mean Iris? My father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible! The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her subordinate that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. Stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay keeps all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of the pathetic dream of having her bloodline become the main family. Maya would have to die? But why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. Objection! But Pearl would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fay as well. How could anyone do that? You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would simply use her body and finish the job. In any case, I'm already dead. There's nothing you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin? Oh, Sister Iris of Pleasant Bird. When Sister Iris of Pleasant Bird Temple? You and I look exactly identical. No one can tell us apart, except for maybe the hair color. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Beginning. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakori Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's son anyway. Why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? I just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fay is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fay. Objection! That's absurd. Maya's just... She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolish optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Beanie? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you, your sniveling naivety, and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. Why did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value, other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, there was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, but being the kind and gentle soul that you are, you may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? For this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne. She had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Okay, Di. Now, you can do it from here. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born, the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. Thought that was obvious. Pussy wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan in a plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. It was the only way I could think of to get revenge. And looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Okay, so we already know what statement to look for. This is going to help you out. What was her goal? She said she wanted to take revenge. Revenge on who? Objection! Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore because I'm already dead. Well, I have the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. You can't take revenge against them either. You want to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to death because of that woman, Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was her hand that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. I realized revenge was impossible. And the reason it was impossible was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realize there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? When the body dies, the spirit ego lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved the most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take revenge against Mia Fey. You. Okay, the sky is completely red. Why? Why is the sky completely red? Excuse me, guys. I'm going to check to see why the sky is red. Be right back. Okay. I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming, but it seems like we have a tornado in the area. Looney alert. Yeah, the whole sky is completely red. That is not good news. So, hold on a sec, I am going to look up this information. Advisory. Well, we've had that all morning. Seaside hail. Yep, basically confirmed. Pretty much tornadoes in the area. They just mentioned pea-sized hail, 40-mile-an-hour wind. Sounds like a tornado to me. And I lost my phone again. There you are. I'm gonna continue on with the stream. If I lose power, that's the end of the stream. That's all I can do right now, at the moment. I don't have a tornado yet. The sky is red because there is a tornado in the area. I'm going to keep going with the game. I got the wrong controller. Yeah, I'm going to keep going with the game. I'm going to keep an eye on the weather. Matter of fact, I think I should have Andy keep an eye on the weather. Just in case we get some interference the internet may be the first thing that goes. That was the reason I helped out with the women's plan. Just for that you would kill Maya, your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fay. Well, so far my electric hasn't done any big flickerings yet. So I'm kind of glad it hasn't done that yet. The wind hasn't picked up yet. I just see the sky that's completely red right now. So there's going to be some high winds. We're going to get pea-sized hail, which means that there's a tornado in the area. So with it as red as it is now, it's very close to my area. Very close. So I have to keep an eye onto it. So if you hear any beeping sounds from the stream, I'll have a phone that will go off that tells me that there's a severe tornado watch. I will get notified on my laptop. I will get notified on the PC. You hear it, you know that I will be ending the stream then. Okay? So you'll know something's wrong if you see my lights flicker on stream, okay? Because the light's right above my head. As I say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Yeah, weather. Mother Nature. And for where I live, you hear Tara and I say stuff like, says, don't bring your weather over here, keep it back over there. Well, this month, next month, August and September, we go through what is called hurricane season, which comes up from the Atlantic and pushes itself all the way inland. So we get a lot of heavy rain during that. We don't get a lot of destruction unless it decides to move completely inland to become a tornado. But yeah, there's only, you probably wasn't born, but there was one tornado that actually hit your area. And you can look that up on Google. It'll tell you what tornado hit your area or what hurricane hit your area. And it'll be before you were born. You're probably saying to myself, says, I gotta be lucky that I wasn't born then. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you. There's not a thing you can do to me. Brr. At night? At around 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a deep-warning hood. Then, I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakor Temple. So, based on what she said, who channeled her? Basically what we just speculated, right? Yep. Misty Faye had just channeled her at this moment. So, it was at least Dawson who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Faye at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? It was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and So then you're saying stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory. I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
Objection!
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. Since she's into food, yes she would. If it's alive, no. Anyways, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. Can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Okay, so at this point, can we take a guess of who she was being channeled by at this point? Have a clue? Find out. Somehow I had been trapped in there. How did you wind up there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyways, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? You didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the second cavern? Yes. I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only two people could have gone into that training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. So, I finally managed to remove the lock. But it was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed, and the police had started their investigation. Oh, the bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't get out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse, as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. So, who's in the sacred cavern? Well, not Maya. Iris is the only one in the sacred cavern. At this point, we still don't know where Maya's at. What do you mean by your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fay. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person who had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fay, picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I had lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay? I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is... Metrodicid. I can't say that word. The sin of killing her own mother. Ugh. No way! Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Objection! Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fay had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River? Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. There's a contradiction in that. You already know what that is, Di? Maybe you can tell by looking at the image that's on screen right now. What's the contradiction? Well, not exactly. You see that little rock cliff over there on the right side? That would be the side that Maya jumped from. When she had landed in the river, correct. She would not have landed in the river at all. So, what do you have to say now, Beanie? Good nose, ringtone. Oops! Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Don't look so surprised. I lost her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No! It can't be! I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No! No! It seems that this case has come to an end, a tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Stokesnum, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be! Ha! Right? Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem, what is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right. That's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't you get it? Don't get your panties all twisted up, right? Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Ms. Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself in the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes that claim? Well, we have quite a few. We have a couple of them, actually. So, what do you want to use? There's actually two pieces of evidence that you can use. You want to use maps. Take that! It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. He's actually right. Ah! So you finally figured it out. You... No! Order! You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are finally falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead, but I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya Faye is this very instant? Maya Faye is... There's only one possible answer you can choose from. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. Well, what? Maya Faye's here? You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne? I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Faye, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never felt it channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone told me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clear to you right about now, am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearl that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Who?
Take that!
This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already! I can't stand the tension. I'm watching a movie right in front of me. Dahlia Hawthorne? The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Misty Faye, or Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Ha! Well, Gramps, what would happen? Would it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Hey! If she's channeling the spirit, she's not gonna die, right? Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you, and there's only one reason, to protect herself from you. To protect herself from me? Yes. On that night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would the safest place to hide? You mean that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearl. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, no, don't say that. You're saying that Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Faye killed herself, isn't it obvious?
Objection!
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that, who has never been out in the real world, she could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia! Mia Faye? Been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne? So it's true. It was you. Yes. Ha! You're something else. But what are you doing here? Hair. Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to the night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye! Actually, Maya Faye lost consciousness at the same time as you. You did? Not terribly surprised. Since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. And that was, I knew that you wouldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. It was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes. Why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye. Pearl. Yes. Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. She had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit. Things would have turned out very badly, to put it mightily. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this! Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure. To add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oof of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, he tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You! Wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Faye escape, even though she was right there in front of you. No. Ah! Mia Faye! You sinister! I was supposed to kill Maya Faye like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten that spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. Grr, grr, grr. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. Miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. For you, there is no escape for that. Freedom from that. No hope of freedom. Since that day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong! It can't be! How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Not ready to go. Take this. No then. I assume you're the real Iris. Yes. I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. Must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has probably been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? You ask me, Your Honor? Looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey, as well as the young Pearl Fey. Not only those two, Phoenix Wright and Iris are also victims in this case. We're all victims of this weak and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticized me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the terrain channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on this bench, and all the time I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand the world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakor Temple.
Objection!
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? The trial isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony. Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the stone storeroom. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least Dulcinea, not Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way! But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The murder of who killed Misty Faye. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's only one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't! She can't testify after what she just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution called Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Troy, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. The beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. February 10th, 2:56 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day. We didn't even have a chance to talk. He's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakor Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart and strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. You knew that. Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up. That was the case. That wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. CFA, Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unwillingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, at least doxed him. Was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile headed for the inner temple, but the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? See, I was the one that received her body. Her weapon had been left in her body so she couldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mr. Police always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakor Temple on the snowmobile. Why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with a pistito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and I left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone, the real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. See. Victim staff updated in the court record. Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. Has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I wanted to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? Mia. How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. Emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Willie Stockton really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her exactly everything I knew. But why? Why is it stronger than you think? I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure the answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Tell me who called her, but still. Maybe know who it was? That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. The criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to Hazakura Temple side by attendants to kill him. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. It was culprit. Someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Okay. Can we guess on who is the true killer? Who actually killed Misty Faye? Well, that's being done. You're not sure yet. So Maya gave you some clues, okay? The person had to been on the inner temple side all day long when the bridge was out. You got to think about when the bridge was put together, who did we run into that we shouldn't have ran into? Think about it. You thought about who it was? Okay. Welcome back. Okay. Ready to take on the last part of the case? So far, it's died down. So, time for the last part, right, Di? Alright, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 testimonies in this part. Alright, here we go. February 10th, 3:36 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 7. Now, and before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Test? Di, did you forget about any tests? Oh yeah, I almost forgot that there was a test that was performed last time. Oh, Di. Yes, do you know what test that they're referring to? I just remembered it myself. Do you want to know, or do you want the game to tell you? Okay, we'll let the game tell it. Yes, test. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. You remember it now? Now, before he says anything, whose blood do you think is on it? I'm guessing you're going to say you're not sure, right? Yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. Incorrect. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or... Due to the constraints, the full test was impossible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim. That is all. Now then, let's restart the trial. So, it wasn't Missy's blood on the dagger. Who was it? Dagger updated to the court record. I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but the trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Oh yeah, those eyes! They're making me sad! Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at the Wright and Co. law offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique. I I'm frightened. The Fae clan. I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fae bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Know them, Miss Fae. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Doxnum's murder. Is that correct?
Objection!
Turn it up there, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Runner. Maya, you're making me cry. At the inner temple, I was passing through the garden on the way to his spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and I ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Something warm splashed over me. But I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne? It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I just didn't see. I didn't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Ah! Can't say it was an exactly good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it would be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Ready, Di? Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, this would be Kenny, of course. I remember saying that Iris would be coming later as well. The day after the incident, Edwards met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later, like she said? Well, seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was... oh yeah, that's right. It was dark. That's it. Wow! I didn't already know that. Oh, she can smile about that one. It was dark? It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. Like you couldn't see her attacker. So maybe she was trying to hide something, but guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker, who most likely spirit that was channeled by Elise Dawk's nymph, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape. Did you think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of shock, panic. There was only two things rolling in my mind at the time. Well, no, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your head? My name is Maya Faye. 1 + 1 = 2. You know what? I'm not gonna laugh about that one. Those probably would be the first two things I'd remember too. What do you think, Di? You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. You know what? I don't find it odd at all. That's not at all. That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable, given the circumstances. So, what did you do then? You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. TMI, Judge, TMI! this person might attack me, anyways, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do? I press her for more details? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up here. Oh, yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker there was another person? I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What do you mean? Enrolter? I'm part of the show. Tell him, Joy. I can just hear it now. Oh my God, this thing's alive. What have I done? Ha! It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure? You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. I can see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. I'm staring into your soul, Walter. I'm staring into your soul. I'm staring into your soul. A man? Who is this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see? Use this excuse twice now. You know, lantern lights isn't very bright. Lantern lights? Did you say? There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern darkness resides, or darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker. it was closer. Plus, there wasn't any other light sources in the garden that time. Ruby just said unguard. You know what? I'm gonna put a fireball emoji in there and my emoji of Fire Mario. Oh wait, I think I should put those the other way around instead. Followed by ah! Yin yang. You don't mean, was it? I didn't know it was at the time, but I think it was probably blood. Is she saying that's when Miss Dawson was channeling Dahlia? Was stabbed in the back by the killer? At the moment I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. It was dark, so she felt warm, something warm splatter on her face. She couldn't exactly make out what it was. And in her traumatized state, she couldn't relate it to it being blood until she regained her consciousness. So what happened next? I don't remember. How will you say? You don't even remember that? No. I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all. That's too bad. I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. I don't think she was even paying attention to the smell. I think she was too frightened to even think about the smell. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Okay. So what statement do you think we should take a look at again? The last one. First of all, let's take a look at what the last one said. This is what she says in the last one. That's when I lost consciousness. Unfortunately, we don't have anything that would contradict this statement. Back. That's when something warm splattered over me. Well, we assume that it's blood, but we also don't have anything that will contradict that statement either. Okay, this sounds like a statement that we could probably look at again. So, read what that says. I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. What can we use to contradict that statement? That's all of them right there. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. A man. He's the killer. He stabbed... That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dawson, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. Killer? Maya. You know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya. On the night of the crime, the Stone Lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in that garden that night. No! Order! Order in the court! Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Sir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au latte. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Tright's words are the milk and you are the spoon, Your Honor. Oh, I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony barb. I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick, may I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. Ah. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Order! 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 What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Right? Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There were no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ha! You talk a good game, Trite. But let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black. So what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't! Please! Stop! Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I am a lawyer, officer of the court, and I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who is this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Do you have any ideas yet, Di? Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the condition of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. This is... But it can't be! Ha! That was a nice bit of deduction. Right. Now that we look at this, is this different from the Recipe for Turnabout episode that we saw? This is the developer oversight. Well, the visors are there for a reason. Guy, do you remember what the reasons are? Yeah, you can see that. Tell Ruby what the visors are for. Yes, without him, he's unable to see anything. Well, let's just say that his vision, well, of course, the mask is red. He's not going to see blood. So everything that he sees is going to be red. But his vision is so visually impaired that all he sees is teeny tiny shadows. That's all he sees. He needs those to be able to see. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Do you think he's Venom? I think Walter is Venom. I think I might have seen Ed Walter do some web slinging himself. That's the Spider-Man. Order! 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 There goes to you, Mario. Hey. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Ha! Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. Who, me? chat won't let you. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What? Witness.
Objection!
Stop your chattering, Your Honor. You're chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. Didn't realize it until after I woke up, but the killer. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had fully changed. The torches were lit. The body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all the work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So, it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. It was Mr. Godot said. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it does seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Okay. Nice. Oh. Okay. It's going to be one of these testimonies today. We have to press the statements in order. Yeah, you want me to do this one? The torches were lit? Yeah, that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? Hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who could gain anything from that would be the only person at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let's hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There was a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. However, there's something that bothers me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. Looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue. But I think this will help explain them. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me. For my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. But Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. Alright, if we had done it in the straight order, he would have said, I don't know. I don't know what was the killer's objective. That's why we had to do it in the order that we did. 3, 4, 2. To get this statement. Yeah. So you can take it from here. They did it for your sake? No. If the body and the blood hadn't been removed, it would have immediately been the prime suspect, right? Yes, I suppose it's true. Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of the train killed by her own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motive. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? Okay. Before you say press, I think we've done this statement. We've done this statement. And this is the last statement. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Earlier, you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Yeah, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Alright. You know what statement? Screen chat does not post every message. No, since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed that it was a man. We can't disprove this statement, okay? We have no way to disprove this statement. Well, the torches does have evidence that they were lit, and the body's not seen on the crime scene photo. It did. We have proof that it did change because somebody shoveled the snow around the lantern. And it can't be this statement either. So this is the new statement we got. back from here. How's that going to help us with the statement? I think it's for my sake the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. So this does not have the victim's blood, so it wouldn't make a difference if Maya had it or not. Yes, it is. Think about what was there in the garden. Well, the photos aren't going to exactly help you, because that's the track photo and that's the crime scene photo. And they don't take place in the garden. This is Dusky Bridge, and that doesn't take place in the garden either. Think about what's in the garden.
Objection!
The body of Elise Doxman was carried all the way to the Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that was suspect was covered in blood, was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe that all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? What would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah! If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Oh! You're right. Order, order, order! But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? We know what the behavior is, right? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's the fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in the blood on the lantern? Only one of these makes sense. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Okay. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torch were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person, in fact, in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
Take that!
Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with those huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern, there's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense! This lantern is as clean as a whistle! Mr. Godot, just a minute. There are certain colors you can't see. correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulations. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. And somehow spilled coffee on it. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-covered stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot? Are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. Prosecuting Godot, but I'm going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accused you. You were the murderer of Miss Elise Dobson, also known as Miss Misty Fay. It's hard to believe that this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ha! Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
Objection!
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is red. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. Snow? Oh, so. Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out that area? Yes. Why didn't he just take just that area? Oh, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. So he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection!
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. Torches were all lit. He could have been able to see just fine. It seems. And once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Wait just a minute. Maya, what is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya, you can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? Eek! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. You didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha! Nicely done, Trite. Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the inner temple too. After the incident. Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning she looked around but couldn't find anyone. Next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearly? That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay. So, when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best thing to say when you're in your house. Ha! Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot. Let's just move on to the cross-examination. The defense has no objection. So this is hardly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. Let's get this cross-examination started! Ha! Let's get this cross-examination started! Ha! You really had to go there, didn't you? So, where did you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training. So, even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place? It seems that Pearl became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearl was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne. But she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elite Doctrine. Search the entire inner temple side and end. You see, Pearly gets really scared when she's alone. There weren't that many places to go. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The inner temple side has two structures: training hall and spare prep room. There's storage shack, I think. That's about it. There was a storage shack too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I'm just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. Couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearl. What happened after that, after the bridge was finally fixed? So, it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions to the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't have been for this case, I would never have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the inner temple, huh? Ha! You want to say something, Triton? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the inner temple side, right? Yes. And Mr. Godot... Geared her up? That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha! Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves. In more ways than one. Truth is, there aren't too many places to look on the inner temple site. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. I'm gonna be very honest with you. We're not gonna get any leads on that one. That's going to be a dead end. It's going to take us in a circle. Yeah. I'm sure you don't want to go in a circle, right? You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Kite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the inner temple, or the training hall. Beauty? Misty Fairy, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste. Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So, from there you headed for the prep room? Wait a second. What did Godot just say now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of an importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed, at least stalked them. Let's go to the last one and see what we got. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. We have nothing to dispute on that one. Okay, what are we gonna use? Actually, it's going to be on this page. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge, and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made a fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looks like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any idea, any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yeah? Take another look at the scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you would guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? This one shouldn't be that difficult, Di. Shouldn't be that difficult at all. We're not ready to present Mia yet. Read what it says. Is it possible that another person knew of the plan? Okay, you gotta remember who was at the crime scene itself. Mia would not have known it beforehand because she's dead. Remember that. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was going to take place at the inner temple. And you still insist that the crafty killer is me? bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where these instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order, order, order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again! This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness at its cost. Sorry for always asking, but what does it mean? I don't speak Japanese. It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering these plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did it all that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you say. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. Killer's behavior is essentially extreme, for lack of better word. And considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, the behavior is still a little too unnatural. Objection! However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trey, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? It's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Inextricably. I hate that word. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia's only sister. Leah. Hey? You once worked alongside her. That was when you were defense attorney. Did you figure that out yet, Di? Who Godot was? From when you saw the one case with Mia, right? When you saw him there? Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney. With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot, his real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. My name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. Tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. And in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault! It's all my fault! Mr. Falls killed himself! Mia. You can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. A pure sweetheart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. And one fateful day, Dahlia went to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courtroom cafeteria. Oh, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right in here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even though I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. The newspapers at the time called it a murder. But very little information about this case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. See, my body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight. All my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years have passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of the doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their busy days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first one was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It's all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. That's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living, it goes by the name of Maya Fey. You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crane Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect situation to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearl had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Iris of Hazakor Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean, officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Now that you mention it, the king did say something about that effect. He said the masters of Karain had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movement all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. My mother was cooperating with you. Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with a sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakor Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized then just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use the sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. I mean pearls, don't you? She had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Help her? What are you going to do tonight? Well, if you like, you can come to my room. We'll have to read books together. We thought we could prevent her from planning her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was wearing the cloud of music in her temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. That's why Missy Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? She channeled the spirit first, then Pearl wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of the Terrain, Misty Faye's powers were supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. Ah! What? Is this true? My role in this plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. No. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Right. He admit more than what he chewed, right? Everything that he just said pretty much solved this case, didn't it? Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident had been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? Only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trike, you're the real deal. And finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick! Please don't! Maya, I heard the whole thing. My sister in the medical office. I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. Maya, I know that. Nick! But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Time of the murder. What happened? I think I saw red lights. 3 of them. Thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though. Struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red light went out and the whole area was dark. Just a moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights. I thought you said you didn't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them. They disappeared all of a sudden. Ha! Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. All right. Light shining in the dark? I don't think you can make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask either. I guess the feeling covering for him anyway. But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember, after all. It was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene specifically. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? Blood. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? Probably. Just at that moment. I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. The woman's voice. So that's when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? Struck behind back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. I can tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. out of the smell of blood. Your witness more horror than any young lady could have ever had to in one life. I'd be a terrified Mario. So then, what did you do at this point? I couldn't move. I could barely make out the shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Did you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so. They went out? Yes, no, I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? The red lights were coming from Trudeau's map, and they went out right in the middle of a fight. Maybe the mask was damaged? Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out, right? Right? Or maybe the little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then?
Hold it!
What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then that scream came from the killer? That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. I think she's stretching on that one. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer moved the blade back and delivered the final blow. I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. Sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream. Maya said that she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah! Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out her scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, What could she use to strike back at the killer? This should be easy for you, Di.
Take that!
Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dolly Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this and managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Objection!
Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on the dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. The DNA analysis of the blood will prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of the scientific method. Ha! Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turns out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? Even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blood off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Well, this dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But if Mr. Godot had really been cut with this dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes. That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. Oh, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ah! Order in the court.
Objection!
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that struck down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did he just take smart pills during the last recess? He probably took his smart pill just before the trial entirely. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
Objection!
That's impossible, Wright. Very impossible. You know how cold it gets up there late at night, eh? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. A human popsicle. Ah! Ha! So that's all you got? I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed this book on this case already. Mia Fey were here. So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. The only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Ha! That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, Trite. This is just one piece of evidence that can prove your point. Why don't we go for the ultimate penalty? Trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there was no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? I'm gonna make this easier on you, Di. Make this very easy on you. Where do you think the killer hid his wound? This is a remix, Phoenix. This is actually traditionally in this game. And if you listen to it closely, you'll find out they're different. Think about it, Di. If Godot is the killer, where would he hide his wound? I'll give you an example. Okay, so I wear a hat, right? Let's say I have a wound right here. I'll just cover the wound up with a hat. Blood's going to absorb in my hat. Nobody's going to see the wound. That should help you out. Think about it.
Take that!
Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. You'll like this ending. You'll like this ending. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Leo? It can't be. You're living on to him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding that wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red light given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Oh! Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped a woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find in my heart to forgive was me. You, yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me, no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. It faced Mia's death head on, so I ran. Hid behind a mask, threw away my true name. Couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyways. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I really wanted to save you, then there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No. Why? suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even the little girl. I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at the point. Was I really motivated by this pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could have been simply a desire for revenge. And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. Stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from me at death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Goodell. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Ha! Did you forget already? My world of color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, like I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defend it? Yes, sir. Well, you weren't directly involved in the murder. Tampering the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. Mr. Armando explained it to me very carefully. cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize? Me? For what? For the case 5 years ago. Of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your lover? By your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. He was going to do it. He was planning to kill me. That's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister? We only met twice. Huh? Ooh, we only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courtroom. This courthouse. Next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. Doug Swallow was killed. No way! It can't be true! I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Oh, it wasn't Dahlia? I hope one day you can forgive me, baby. You mean? That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you that bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could because of the police investigation and their surveillance. She couldn't move about freely. Well, that's why my sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at any moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. That's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. When I couldn't get you to give it back, I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would convert with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? Her feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. How many cups of darkness have I drank over these years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I think you're right. In the end, he got his cup of coffee. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Dawson. No, I want a cup of coffee. It's my black. There's a little salt in it. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of the murder, I hereby find the defendant. Court is now adjourned. February 10th, 4:51 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hands. Of course justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was really brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. Someone who cares so deeply for you. Wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. With a verdict? Don't know. We'll see what Ace Attorney 7 has in store for us. But remember, Mia was talked about a lot in the later games. I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. Along this journey, I've found myself asking this one question. I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Maya? I guess it's just like my sister said. Yeah? What did she say? That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? See this? I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. I really want to see Iris come back. Maya. Ow. How can you be so bright and chipper after all that happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Yow! Franziska! Still as saucy as always, Phoenix, right? Excellent work, right? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska has actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into the river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yeah, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyways, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too. Franziska? I don't suppose. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry! What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, hey, Angie? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. You really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? What? My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. That glare. I wonder if Maya will be in Smash too. All she has to do is just glare at the enemy and stun them. So you'll do it? Like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book? Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting a pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly! Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suppose you are wondering how Maya can be cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. This guy. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears. I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya's trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edward, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya being strong for? You know the answer to this one, don't you, Di?
Take that!
Girl Faye? The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow those instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. My Faye's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. That's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh, hey! So, this is where you're all here. Wow, looks like we got... Ouch! Well, what was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyways, congrats on your win. Go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My Sally's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny-weeny bed. That's alright. I made reservations at first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah! Very good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant? You don't mean... Caribbean. Where else? Oh no. Oh no. I knew it. We're doomed! Excuse me while I barf. Okay, I feel better now. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awful long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya? What's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. No one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault! What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Did you guys go on ahead? What about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah! Very well, Mr. Phoenix, right? We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could Curly have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to. February 10th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. Hazakura Temple. The pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? Y'all back again so soon? Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearly's not here. Ah! Maya, the hanging scroll! Huh? Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be pearls. Missing Maya! Pearly! Why? Why did you just leave like that? Missing Maya! Missing Maya! I swear that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault at missing Maya's mother. That's why you came here. It's the least I can do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm so happy. You don't decide just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sister, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of the crane, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me till the day I die. Your spirit with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Huh. There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the content. That's a photo? Ah! Mother! It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed. Maya broke the urn. And Mia is putting it back together. And Misty caught them both in the action and took a picture of it. Okay. We always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearl, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Ah! This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. This is the beginning. I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back. Wow! Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but this is it, Nick. Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally. Huh? 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 That's a great idea after all, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? We know this part, don't we, Di? Gotta fix this. You know, I was wondering if I can just say one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. Di loves this part too. I love this part too. Objection! I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
Di, you sad to see this game end? Now you can see why that last case was my favorite. Well, the next game we're going to be doing is Miles Edgeworth's Investigation. As usual, we're going to take a week break. I'm going to try to work on finishing up my Superstar mode. See if I can't get most of it done. Because I want to try to get my Superstar into the Hall of Fame. That's the whole point of why I'm still doing it. I didn't say next week. Did you hear me? I'm taking 1 week break of Ace Attorney. Do you think he overlooked everything I said? It's in 2 weeks. Miles Edgeworth games are the only one they still have not redone yet. And I'm waiting for them to redo them. We never got Prosecutor's Path in the US, which I can only emulate it at the moment. I do have the physical cartridge, which is not an authentic cartridge. You guys already seen it. I'm still looking to see if I can't get a manual for it. There has to be some band prints of it somewhere. Viola. True. But the fan translation is actually still pretty good. I actually enjoyed it. And Phoenix probably still has never played it yet. Well, you said it never had an official translation, so technically you didn't have to say that unofficially. That's kind of difficult to do. Did you have any idea what was going on? Usually I don't play a game in Japanese. I can't read it. I have to read the dialogue. I don't know Japanese, so... But when I stream the English version, you guys will actually understand the game. And it is actually one of the hardest Ace Attorney games in the series. I played it for myself, and I did find it a little bit more challenging than all of them. I think if I would had to say, I'd like Capcom to bring you back. I don't care what part they put you in, but I wanted to see them bring you back because you are part of the Faye family. Regardless of what fans think about Iris, she needs to come back. She's part of the Faye family. And the scripts Iris and I did for the Ace Attorney in the series, we include her into it. She is the main reason why I want Capcom to bring her back. The trick locks are exactly the reason why that
Objection!
We put her back into it because we know something about the Cyclops. And I think Capcom might have hinted at that. Because I think Capcom might have hinted at that in Dual Destinies. I won't spoil anything, but I think Capcom hinted at that. That is one of Iris's gift. He knows something about the Cyclops. So Die, you have a favorite game so far? Favorite Ace Attorney game? You like this one? I still believe that this is the best one out of the entire series. Granted, I do like all the rest of the games. This is very well in depth. This one, I believe, was probably more fleshed out than any of the other games. Favorite case out of the entire trilogy? It does. One of the reasons why I enjoy this case is you do feel for the characters, and that's the important thing when you do visual novels. You have to be able to feel for the characters. You have to understand them. You nearly teared up. Was it because of my voice acting? Feel sad for Ira? The only case he gets to see her in. Godot. You feel sad for Godot. Well, yeah, he's a good one to feel sad for. I don't hate Godot. I do understand that the actions he did was uncalled for. But in the situation he was in, I could probably understand why he did what he did. You see, you gotta think about what he said at the end of the trial. He could have prevented this whole thing if he went to one person. And that one person was Phoenix Wright. He was the person he should have went to. Alright. Let's figure out who we are going to raid. Just to let you know, Di, Miles Edgeworth's investigation is not going to have any courtroom segment, okay? Just to let you know, there's not going to be any courtroom segments in the entire trial or in the entire game. And in Prosecutor's Path, there's not going to be any trials either. So that's going to be true. You're right, it does have investigation in the name. Who I wanted to raise apparently is offline. That's okay. I guess we'll raid her again. Yes, we reached 1,000 cookies. Have we reached 1,000 fairy hugs? Probably over 1,000 fairy hugs. Have we reached 2,000 fairy hugs? No, we have not reached 2,000 fairy hugs. Alright, we're going to go and raid Ray next. I would raid other people, but as I have stated before, the reason why I don't is not because I don't like their content. A lot of them use the vertical streams, and I can't see the vertical streams at all. Because you got that little game window, and you can't see anything. It is tiny. Laptops has a 13-inch screen, and imagine watching a vertical stream on a 13-inch screen. It can't be done! Because it is very tiny. They say it's better to watch it on mobile, but I'm thinking to myself, that's got to be worse on mobile because most people usually hold it about 2 feet away from their face. But with a vertical stream, and if you have that little tiny screen, that phone's only going to be less than a foot away from their face, and that's going to hurt their eyes. And I can just imagine those TikTokers having that phone about a foot away from their face. Because they say you should have the phone at least 2 to 3 feet away from your face, not a foot. You see the problem. That's why I think it was a mistake for YouTube to start doing vertical streams and shorts. Because I wasn't a big fan of the shorts either. Because I didn't transition to 16:9 because I thought 4:3 was the best view you could get. Well, 4.3 became obsolete and 16.9 became the norm. So everything was in 16.9. So I had to transition to 16.9. Now we no longer use 16.9 because now we have to go with 128 by 720, 192 by 1080. That's what we're doing it now. It is not just 16.9 anymore. Times have changed. Although now we're going to get bigger. Now we've got bigger pixel sizes. Bigger than 1920 by 1080. We have one for 2440. We have one for, what is it? Yeah, we're rambling. You mean the Discord stream? She's got work to do, which is, I kind of ruined it for most of it. Hopefully she can get it done. Yeah. I hope she can get it done because I ruined it. Okay, that's going to be it for me. You guys all have a good night.